we're back. Hello, YouTube. I realize I haven't been doing the, like, start and end slides, but I feel like that would confuse the stream. This is all the same session. You missed about 10 seconds while I waited for the thing to finish saving. We may proceed. Ooh, carrying all those Matanga may have been the true struggle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzatan for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. In Radzatan? I'd like to go to Radzatan now. I don't need to catch my breath. Let's go! You may now enter the tower. Rule of Thavnair. Yeah! Had enough, have you? Never were one for being idle. Right. Varshan bade us come to Megaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Oh no, when we delivered Graha to the alchemists, they were not a little excited. Perhaps it was Nidana's rescue that brought them joy, but given their fascination with Estinian, I'm not quite sure. He's done a lot of experimenting on himself. I don't think he'd mind too much. Wrong mount. Get off. There we go. Ooh, A rank. I'll avoid that, actually. There is a fate right here that is almost done that I'm going to try and sneak into. Oh, it's a collection one. I love collection ones. Ugh. That count for the shared fate? No, it did not. I have to get gold. That's fine. It's daytime. You know what that means. It's time for the good music when we go into Radzatan. Probably also going to be raining, so it's not going to look super great, but eh. The tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Please, I hope I didn't change the music from what was in the trailer. I've been to Radzatan before. This place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Justinian is now accompanying. Okay. Sentry of the fountain. Okay. Name of the fountain? No idea. Do fountains normally have names? I wonder if this is just like sad music? Still? It's like, this is disappointingly non-boppy. Like, I like it, but it's not what I wanted. Ah, Mistress Carolyn, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaruta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzatan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Reveda Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. You said that, but now I'm just gonna go wander around. Is this the Aetheryte that you said was broken? Yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna go grab the little Aetherites at any rate. Ooh. Dancing. It's a nightclub. Look, they got dancers. Like actual dance in the artifact gear and everything. They're doing like the dances you do in the quests. Cool. I'm exploring. Hello. Hey, Miss Carolyn, Mistress Rowena has told me all about you. Says you're quite the renowned carpenter. The name's off Pelona. By the way, the mistress has charged me with managing her Radzathan branch. Looking forward to doing business with you, which isn't to say I've got anything special to ask of you. All I mean is that your business is just as welcome here as it is at any other House of Splendors. Of course, I certainly prefer you do more of your business here than anywhere else. Esteemed clients like yourself will attract even more customers, you see. If we keep drawing in business at a good clip, before long we'll have to rebrand as Off Bellona's House of Splendors. That old witch won't know what hit her. Or don't you worry about that last part. Just peruse our wares and buy something that strikes your fancy. Oh, now it's... There's a bridge? Cool. Oh! Estinian dialogue. A sumptuous portal. Ah yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radzathan's wealthiest families. They took the God of Luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. Is this the entrance to the Uznare stuff? There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. It is Uznare! Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Indian does treasure maps. That's so funny. Heading to Megadut, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Another lookout spot. Ooh! I have found my way to where I was trying to go without needing the instructors, but I will have to go do that anyway, so. I want to see what's across this bridge. And there's like nobody here yet. That's... I don't know what reason people would have to come over to this corner anyway, but... Oh, crap. I lost Justinian because I took the thing. Oopsie. There we go. Now we're back on track. You're here for an airship. I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. Here it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. This is the airship landing. Ooh. What a view. Wow. Oh my god. Whoa. Look at this. That's the entrance into the city. Okay, back in. More quips from the peanut gallery. Ah, I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Maybe just look at the chickens. The chicken's like, you're talking about me? Don't worry about it. Look, I found a cape. Them mentioning that the city is not back to normal yet is probably why the music is sad. I'm holding out for the really boppy, high, upbeat music. It's like, I really want to idle in this area, or like, get that music and play it in like, my room and stuff. Finally, we have made it. Greetings and welcome to Meka. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we have been expecting you. I'll show you into the audience chamber, if you would please follow me. So we've reached a point where I no longer know where the story is going. Like, I've seen pictures of things, but that doesn't mean I know the order of events. At least not yet.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oof. Oh. Poor guy.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man.
Oh, here comes the Heavensward music.
Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom we must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
I'm gonna call bullshit on something. If I remember correctly, one of the tales from the shadows had the wait. Never mind. Rescinding bullshit call. That was still on the source. We're good. We're Gucci. Everything's fine. Their lore is still intact.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
Okay, what's up?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I only wish he could be here with us now. But he had to go sleep.
I know of his clash with the Meka, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
You're really pulling out all the stops here, huh? Oh, yep. A whole freaking dead gang.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
Fair enough.
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Oof. That's a... Yeah, well... Apologies again. I hope I didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. were you in breach for talking about? I know, stuff, things, nothing? Very well, if you say so. Once we've gone ahead to the High Crucible, let's catch up to them. Boy, Archon though. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let's return to the mulberry orchard. I understand the mulberries are for the silkworms. Grown as stones throw away from the satrap's residence. Gives a quintessential Thavnerian flair, don't you think? Fly! Thank you for the resub! Also, yes, agreed. Ah! Here we're supposed to follow the path left past the mulberries. God, I hadn't even looked at my health. How dare you? How dare you remind me? God, that makes me so sad now. Oof. Wait, how much do I have on like other things then? Oh God, that's like when I went in. Oh, that makes me so sad. Okay. Stay on warrior and pretend. It's fine. My gears just sink down. Don't worry about it. Word Yush apparently means bind in the local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects all others in the city. If we managed to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible, so I was told. Yeah, the only fight I've done so far, obviously aside from like open world enemies, has been the first dungeon. And it felt smooth, like it felt okay. Like, appropriately scaled, so I'm not sure about older content yet, but this stuff has been done really well, yeah. I don't really feel a difference, aside from like mechanic stuff, so. I have been gunning it. Oh, well that's good. Yeah, that's a good point of comparison then if you have, if you're doing Shadowbringer stuff. Street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. But the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Rod's at hand. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where the story takes us. Yeah, don't let that water boil over. Is this the Aetherite Plaza? We use the Aetherite now? Ooh, it seems we're on the right track. And here is the Aetherite Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding skills. Come, let us join them. Still can't do. Okay. Ah. The one area I didn't go to because it didn't have an Aetherite shard. Though this land hath been afforded a respite, in turmoil do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. Your time got turned around, I take it. It's only disabled because the place was on, like, high alert. Whoa. What an immense laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help forge the warding scales, I wonder? Students have previously turned to Rods at Han's alchemists for help with the analysis of various artifacts. That is how I became acquainted with Nidana. I'm glad we could rescue her, and pray she makes a full recovery. Excellent, you're in time to hear the latest good news. Quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the ether I spent, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think a sampling of the local delicacies is in order. MSQ cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps? Estinian over here being quirky. As I heard it, after you defeated Nidhogg, his scales found their way into the hands of the firmament's artisans. Steeped in power as they are, it's no surprise that they were coveted. Still, it is a strange legacy for the vengeful worm. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. So there's the Endwalker track.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Sot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
Sounds like a potential lead-in to the, role quests, actually. Especially if they're bringing them back here.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Hey, nice to see you up and moving.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come. As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta. And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thancred from an awful fate.
Yet who has truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Aww. Is that the flower? Oh, it's like yellow for happy, I guess.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory.
Your aura.
Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
As foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
Can't believe they're bringing Omega theories into this. I'm thinking about Omega now. It's the one thing Omega couldn't figure out. Checks out with this description.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
She's nice. I like her. So I still can't attune to the central aetherite. Guess we'll just go back to Charlian. Ugh. Oh. I assumed she'd be in there. Shush. She was hiding behind these people and I couldn't see her. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. It's been good. I'm very impressed. A lot of the, basically things where I was like, oh man, if they do this thing, I'm gonna freak out, they have done. So, it was really cool. I am enjoying it. There's a lot of attention to past stuff that I really appreciate. Like, this isn't a spoiler in any way, but like, when you're taking the ship to Charlian, the camera pan around the ship is, and the characters that are on the ship with you, it's an exact recreation of the 1.0 Limsa starting cutscene. Aside from, you know, Graha is there and the twins. But like, it's like exactly the same. And I know because I just watched it last week. I've said this like 3 times already this session. But like, that sort of thing. And like this guy I'm talking to here, Ojika Sunjika, this is Ejika Sunjika's cousin from Eureka, and when you talk to him he's like, oh yeah, I heard you did stuff in Eureka. It's really cool. Like, just all kinds of little details about like, it's cool. Like, that they've, everything is very tightly woven, and I'm appreciating it a lot. Let's see. Welcome back, Carolyn. Kryla is apprised of your recent accomplishment. An amazing feat to unlock the tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings? New and improved. What does it look exactly the same? Did you actually do anything in there? I'd love to pop in there and see if anything actually changed. Oh, it's back to white again. Huh. Interesting. I don't know why this... Ooh, the window's open. How pretty.
Take heart and protect them well.
glad they're using this room like they did the pendants. Oh my god.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
So cute.
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
They brought takeout. Yeah, it does kind of have Undertale vibes. I can see that. Ryle's got her hood down again so you can see her cute fluffy Borg. Oh my god. There's a huge burger. Don't like pickles?
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
Look at how cute Growl's hair is.
What?
It's
To
so
perfect
cute and
his
fluffy.
brooding stare?
Yeah, probably.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Rather
An
aggressive.
excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
This is really cute.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was.
Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done.
If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Because you're not close enough to the ethereal
Heidelin
sea.
instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Hmm?
Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Ross got
Indeed.
pizza in front of her.
And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tloforoi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
Bro, this is quest number 81, and we're already getting this deep.
Hey,
And cute.
that's mine.
Too
To
slow.
the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
I'll give him half.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
I think you're being offered the half of the cookie. You're being offered a cookie. Graha, you're being offered a cookie. Take the cookie, Graha. Turn to your left.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too
Yeah!
tall for me.
Yeah, same!
I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Yeah! Frick, I forgot he's the same height as me. Too freaking short. He was floating himself up to get to the higher books. What a dork. I forgot. It's nice to have a character that's the same size as me. Everybody else is taller. This cutscene is really cute. Are we pushing on until dawn? Gonna party all night?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Did she take something of his again? Look at... Oh, it's green! Wonder what green means. If like yellow is what, relief? Green is like general happiness. Oh, hey. Right, you're in this story. Ugh.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
Your voice is different.
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
His voice is shifting.
Our tower in Thancred has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes... questionable.
This is a conscious decision, right? Like this, like, is this like his actual voice and he's been using like that shitty jingle jester voice just to be a little shit? Is that what's happening here? Because this has to be a conscious decision. It's not
Our
like...
foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
It's not like they just forgot what his voice sounds like.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
Not really.
No. All else is... equal.
Well, he doesn't dislike anything, I guess.
Equally tedious.
Oh. Okay, never mind.
Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Well, you must be fun at parties.
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot,
And
enough to set my soul aflame.
And we're immediately back into weird stuff. Cool.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
It's the accent. I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about Fandaniel. He lost the accent. Like, obviously the voice is lower and raspier, but he's also lost the accent he was putting on to sound like Asahi. Like, little shit Lord Asahi, but like Asahi. So he's not doing, like, an Asahi impression anymore. That's why he sounds different.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more.
Look, he's a little, like, higher pitched again, but he doesn't have the accent.
I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Still gonna wring his neck. Now I'm gonna wring his neck because of voice inconsistency. Can't tell if it's intentional or not. Ooh, does that give me a title? Mega's Register. Okay, so who am I talking to now? Oh, Kryle. I couldn't see her. She's too small. You didn't mind us barging into your room for our late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment. Feeling refreshed, I hope? It's about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholar Monteshane and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thancred. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Sure. And it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. Let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomena. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Unlike some of the science, I am not an alumni of the studium. As such, I have no acquaintances there. I am obliged to visit. While I would love nothing more than to pore over the many great tomes of Phenomenon, I fear my presence there would stir up more unwanted trouble. So, for now, I will be patient, much as it pains me to do so. Was he practicing with the... Heading out for a stroll. Go into the studium. The Scholark himself was here? In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people, worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. Will wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. It's like only yesterday that I first walked through these doors. Oh, yes, Jason. Oh. That sculpted picture above the entrance? That's the mark of Thaliak, the scholar. Bearer, waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlian itself is one enormous shrine to him. It's especially noticeable here in the studio. The picture? Oh, right there. Okay. This is music. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices, and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Although, with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without a doubt the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. He always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on. You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're both equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? Nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Leveilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Montaigne. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. someone not loaded in yet, or... There we go. Excitable student. That was Alphino Leveilleur, wasn't it? The Alphino Leveilleur. And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Could warrant the sudden return of so many esteemed alumni. Is there truth to the rumors? Must get to the bottom of this. Oh. Jeez. I assure you, I'll tell you about it after my business with the Scholark is concluded. Oh my god. The Scholark? Tell me, my good fellow. Does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Leveilleur's graduation thesis? I, too, have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the ire of the Forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Oh god. Alphino fan club. Oh no. These were bad enough during our school days, and Alphino's time abroad has only heightened his fame, or should that be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphino, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. Well, Aliapo is a common mooncat last name, so I wouldn't read too much into it. The Aliapo. Actually, that name sounds familiar. Are you lost? Well, I think it's just because Key is another, like... Yeah, like most moon cats are named like Makaraka, Aliapo, that kind of thing. You lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. Now what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa this, tongue of Giganto that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a Scholark? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock. But I can... Oh! You mean him. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Scholark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. So since we're in the studium, these quests, like these areas that we're wandering into, are probably the different areas for the, It's fine. Searchers meet. Learners meet. Well, there's definitely a quest here, that's for sure. Surprisingly, the scholar is not in his office. I did, however, speak with one student who saw him not long ago, so he can't have gone far. Maker's Mead. Level-headed student. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. There he is.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize students. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Like, literally sworn to secrecy. Like, that dude got freaking force choked in the forum earlier. I saw that.
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal stuff, right? Right?
Yes. Very good.
Yay!
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
You would lose it, right? Assuming that's the point you're trying to get at.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a
calamity.
vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Oh, it's the calamity. Ooh, ooh, I love me a good lore thing. Ooh, let me answer, Tisha. Let me answer. Let me answer. I know the answer. Pick me, pick me, pick me.
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Yeah, because they forgot the faces of the people.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
Nice metaphor, bro.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
We do actually know the answer to that, don't we? I think. Canonically.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
I like this guy too.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
That seems nice. I've been saying this about everybody. Like, this person seems nice. Oh, this person seems nice too. I like this person. You've been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you are game, Kialiapo will put your artisanry to good use. Oh boy. Oh god, more quests. Scholar Monteshane is best known for his role as head of the studium. He is said to be one of the finest mages Sharlayan has ever produced. I see for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics. I have no reason to doubt the claim. My earliest memories are of Scholar Monteshane, actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the studium in the first place. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Well, there's a whole new round of side quests. Because I always complete the side quests, in the cities, I'm gonna be screwing around for a hot second. This is crafter-gatherer stuff. faculty. It's you. You're the one the scholar was telling us about. Carolyn, yes? Uh-huh. Brilliant. Just the woman I was hoping to see. As I'm sure you are aware, the Studium is the most prestigious educational institution in all of Charlian. As such, we make a point of only working with the best educators and students. The gleaners we employ are also held to the same high standards, of course, which is perhaps why it has been so difficult to find the assistance we need of late. Surely you understand the trouble of finding competent and capable help. That you are come here suggests you're willing to lend a hand, no? I'm certain you would have much to gain from working with us if so. Do let me know should you commit to lending your services to the studio. I should warn you, however, that there is much I must explain ere you begin. So please be certain you have sufficient time to spare. Oh boy. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Now allow me to explain our work here. Professors and students from our many faculties gather in Searchers' Meet in order to do business with and recruit reputable individuals such as yourself. Allow me to briefly introduce those here at present. Here we have Boric from the Faculty of Archaeology. He works as an assistant to one Professor Rarusha and is currently seeking a skilled metalworker to help restore an ancient relic. Then there's Jude, who belongs to the Faculty of Astronomy. He seems to be looking for an artisan able to work with leather, cloth, or wood, but wouldn't tell me much more than that. Awfully shy, you see. Next we have DeBroy, a student studying in the Faculty of Medicine. Fairly sure she's carrying out research under the supervision of Professor Galvaroche. In any case, I hear she is after someone who knows a thing or two about medicine and nutrition. And here's Hinageshi of the Faculty of Anthropology. She told me she's searching for botanists and miners at present. By the sounds of it, she and Professor Tankin are dealing with a formidable task. Last but not least, this is Professor Tuaka Tia, an associate professor in the Faculty of Etherology. I heard he's in need of a fisher to help him conduct research for his thesis. Unfortunately, things do not seem to be progressing well for him at the moment. I'd say those 5 are the ones most in need of supplementary aid. I'll leave it to your discretion as to who you choose to help, although, be forewarned, academics can be something of an odd bunch. Just be sure not to leave anyone in the lurch after you've agreed to help them. Now... Ugh. This is all crafter-gatherer stuff, so I'm actually not going to do these right now. All of those can just go away. Crafter and gatherer stuff is for off time. We will, however, do all these other side quests that are not crafter gatherer. I'm not going to read these out loud because I'm tired of reading. Ugh. But I'll go slow. Call me stinky? Sure. Oh no, I'm fine. I warmed up with, 2 days ago I did a patch and I was just reading the whole time, so it's fine. It's just the side quests aren't usually as... They're interesting, but they're not critical to know, so... Is that a beaver? Oh. It is a beaver. What is it doing here? What? Oh, is this the thing from... Oh no. This is the thing that was in the crate in Labyrinthos? Oh my god, it is. Oh, frick. Ooh. Oh. Do it at the destination, not at the potato. God, where is this going? Yeah. Okay, well, now I have a beaver following me. Okay. Hmm. Oh my god, is that a... It's an alpha mammoth. For an Alizé one. Considering they were saying she. Oh, they're multiplying. Uh-oh. I'm sure that's gonna go great. Yeah, that's it. It's an alley's fun. just this little one down here. And then we can continue with MSQ. Can't believe the beavers are here. Ugh. 83. This is the other reason I do side quests. It keeps my level topped up without having to do as many roulettes. Inevitably I will have to do something else, but eh. And we're back to reading for a little bit at least. Justinian returned not long after we departed for the studium. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the Scholarch. Or perhaps not. Having spent most of the time in Thancred, I did fully grasp the lie of the land here in Charlian, and finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge. Seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholarch Monteshane's lecture to Rahan. Given his experiences in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. Better not let your guard down around Key. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it you'll be running to the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Ugh. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace from your usual heroics, and as the Scholarch said, it could also lead to interesting discovery. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsalominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan. Let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Justinian? I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. Shouldn't complain though, for Itra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so we must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other ally. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsalominsa. If you learn aught of interest, be sure to let me know. In the meantime, I will do what I can to aid our cause, though I fear that will be precious little given circumstances. sorting some junk with containers. Ah, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana, 3 of the most powerful women in the world, in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Yeah, bring me in. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scale and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the Allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, the surge in abductions of Kobold, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Rodzatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. I think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. First is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophorois every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. Without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being directed to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we've uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? We already go into Garlemald? Okay. Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. I mean, sure. For honor and glory, I guess. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily, for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Rauban and Lord Amric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. We're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Music cut off was awkward. So many carbuncles standing around. Can't see the person I'm supposed to be targeting. Well. I'll admit this is all rather daunting, though not quite in the way I was expecting. He's standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest, the best of the best, warrior of light, and, well, me. Oh, Alphino. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about. Marching into Garlemald. That's my chocobo. I must quiz Thancred and Urianger on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Will I need to keep my ears covered? They can be a bit sensitive at times. Oh, you should wear a little hat anyway, just because it would be cute. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilsebard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? Aimric asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the court. Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion. Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a gala cat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. Yeah, just a second. Okay, I'm back. Also, hi Robin. Yeah, I know, I have my timer. My goal was 3 5-hour sessions. So I still have a little bit left before I reach my little threshold. The Wanderer's return. They've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. Yes, I definitely can rest afterwards. Like, when Shadowbringers came out, I basically just kept going until I got so tired that I couldn't go anymore. So some days it was like 8, 12, 14, sometimes longer. But I settled in on I was supposed to take a break in the 5-hour thing, but I got distracted. I was excited. Probably future days I'm gonna actually force a break in between, but I definitely have time to rest after. Be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aimric be leading the contingent? I mean, no, they have jobs. Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsebard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Aimric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsebard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Hey! Maxima! I know, I don't care about you. It's Maxima! how you doing, bro? It's been like a hot minute. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Wurlit. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I've shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Man, who is coming with us? Frick! There's like nobody coming with us that we know. Is Maxima coming with? Yeah, Wurlit references too. Like, they've referenced Wurlit, Omega, and Eureka already in this. It's very cool. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me into a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region, complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I was gonna say, too, he's kind of the one in charge of Wurlit now, so, like... I understand Wurlit is in your hands. And I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of Wurlit intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Maxima! Yay, I like Maxima. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. How old of an acquaintance? Hit me. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimate it at your peril. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, when the only Imperials they've ever known are soldiers. The knowledge that our allies will hold the line in our absence, we may devote our attention to the Ilsabardian front. Oops. So that's Gaius Baelisar. The horrors he must have seen, many of his own making, I do not doubt. Yeah, such devastation was not his intention. Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Varys' murder, though I am rather less recognizable on sight. Still, it's something to bear in mind once we reach Garlemald. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged with a lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies above and came to their aid. Ishgard? Gracefelger? Oh, this worm, as described, was the spitting image of Tiamat. It would seem she too continues to wage war against the Telophoroi. Ah! Cool. She is not dead. That is fun. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I will return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, We who remain will have to fight that much harder to make up the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. Aye, this old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. Okay, Maxima, let's go. Ooh, a mystery reward. Always fun. The other members of the Ilsebard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival. Please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. I bet Riol is here. I like Riol. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsebard contingent await you within. Like me to see you through. Yes. Let's see who we got.
By the 12.
Wait, Fordola? Fordola here? Hot damn! Wait, that's actually a lot. Wait! Oh my god, it's the class quest and it's the job quest NPCs!
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we started without you.
They're like all there! Oh my god!
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see
oh my god!
a talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
Oh my god, I'm so happy they didn't forget about them!
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsebard contingent.
Oh my god, I'm just looking at this shot. Look at them all, oh my god.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company.
Oh,
of
Lucia's
many
coming
trusted
too!
comrades, yourselves included.
Nice!
Lucia!
God, I haven't seen Lucia in a hot
I've come
minute.
at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
She also hasn't been voiced in a hot
We
minute.
have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
I'm so excited. This is so cute.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
The Cocos. They even got a Pajal out here, which is a big deal because and Arun is very like against breaking tradition, so Arun being here is a big deal. Guide load, no Sansa. Oh wait, I think I see Sansa in there too. Pippin's here.
Might I ask you to speak first?
Wait, are they voiced too?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Ah!
Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us,
Ah!
those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands.
I'm not.
Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Ah! Ah! Once again, I am validated for having everything leveled. This makes me so happy. I'm not playing White Mage right now, my dude, but thank you for appreciating that. Ah!
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Oh god, you, jeez.
Wait, I know you.
Ah, frick.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
Oh, don't worry.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason...
So, I think the NPCs are fixed, but the dialogue changes based on whether or not you have things leveled. Like, that guy is one of the White Mage class quest NPCs. This guy... Well, here.
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
This is very exciting.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking.
I like how this is just Lise and like 5 potatoes. For reference back here, those two there are Thaumaturge Guild. Actually 3. There's 3 Cocos. That's Pugilist Guild right there. And Pippin. He's the leader of the Brass Blades. And Lise, who is our friend from... she's technically an Alamegan representative, but still.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
This is just a really funny shot with all the potatoes.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
The Coco's ready to crack some skulls with their tiny little teeth.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master
Oh.
Matoya, the avatar of destruction.
Oh god, right. Gee, I wonder who told her.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest.
I see Stefanovian and
But
all.
until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
That is true. That is a very good point.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent.
Yeah!
I will do all
Good for
in
you.
my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
Yeah.
The 4 high houses, House Hylinard foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Nice.
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord of Monolane!
Jeez. I saw him sneaking back there earlier.
Emanolaine de Forton, at your service.
I mean, you are the leader of camp.
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself.
You're being forced.
Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
That's on brand.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Probably not gonna have a situation for that, but you never know. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all the sense of may your graceful prancing lead the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of daring do.
Oh my god, this dork.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of
Did he send his, like...
sent in their stead.
Did he send Hakuro?
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Well, it's a lady. Oh, right! Of course! I'm an idiot! I knew they were gonna show up, too. I forgot about them entirely. Here's a... Oh, they got the Dalmascan.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Completely forgot that they're a part of the Eastern Alliance, too.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
Ah!
Blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both.
Please put a sweater on.
Powers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
Put on a sweater, you're gonna freeze in that outfit. Oh. Also, yeah, I mean, if the Vira's coming from Dalmasca, like, they all live in, like, they all live in the range of the Eastern Alliance, so it's very likely this is somebody who, it's like, is coming along, you know? That's the range where they're from. Magna.
No quarter to the enemy.
For the record, in case you don't know, Robin, this is my favorite character right here. My favorite character in the whole game. I love her so much.
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Yeah, but if we can't, then you smack them.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Those Vira needs to put on some coats, too.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous.
Yeah, they would be.
Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Yeah, they would be good at infiltrating things, considering how many freaking times I did those stuff in Baja. Man, the gang's all here, huh? Damn.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamiga. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this many people.
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy.
They're talking about how, oh man, so many people refused. I'm like, this is literally like 3 dozen more people than I was expecting. I was expecting like 4. You know?
But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we.
I mean,
so do we all.
At least Gardalo's here. I'll take that. Like, Bard is like my second favorite class quest, so I'll take Bard representation.
Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders.
Mention the, people.
Gaius Bloody Balesar himself
probably not.
is working to help rebuild Whirlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good.
Yeah, I was kind of looking for Sid in the back,
It
but
won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlund Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Hot damn. This is really cool. Wow. Look at, I can talk to all of these guys. Hold on, I'm gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna be here for such a long time. Please wait. Please stand by while I talk to literally everyone. Hello, I'll start with you. This is the Gunbreaker NPC. He also shows up in Baja quests. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude for your role in liberating Baja. Me and my countrymen owe you more than we can ever hope to repay. I'm getting there! She's next! Nope. Now that our dream has finally been realized, Basalian has seen fit to send a few of us to join this expeditionary force. I hope our skills will be of use. Serena, Sadhu, and Magni, as well as all these other guys here, are from the Azim Steppe, from the same... They're remember how I've been looking at lizards and going, that's a rain, that's a rain, that's a rain? I was looking for Zayla, because the only Zayla in the game, really, are from the Azim Steppe. Like, I like them, but they're all the same. But, like, they're fierce warriors. They're nomadic peoples. Really cool. This is Serena. She's cute. I'm glad to see you well, Caroline. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes, and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. I forgot that Serena's grandmother is the first one who gave us, like, the Traveler title back in the Azim Steppe stuff. She knows things. Saru! I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the Steppe's oafish men could dream to be. Go! I'll take it. With them all, champions of the Nadam and the Dotharl having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my steppe brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dotharli dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Keep going down the line. I'm going this way. Albric is a Dragoon. He's a Dragoon quest NPC up until you get Estinian. Let me have a look at you. A touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be out there alongside you as a temple knight, serving with your fine man. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in the coming fight. I certainly won't be shown up by you or Estinian. Oh boy, 3 Azure Dragoons walk into a battlefield. Let's go. Fonavian? Hey, if it isn't Carolyn. 'Tis thanks in no small part to you that the manufacturer's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I'm pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Ere the expedition has ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing our machinist's praises. Once they have borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. Where's Hilda? No offense, I like you, but where's Hilda? Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Maxima... I cast my lot with the Populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, centers looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met that same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. Uchudo, if I remember correctly, is the pugilist NPC. One of them. Yes, there she is, Master Hamon. I'm so glad I found you. I have for you a letter from Master Hamon. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see here. Ahem. I have every confidence that your fists shall bring the Telophoroi to their knees, and should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps sing to them my praises. Yeah, that's on brand. Charming, Master. Well, more fool me for thinking that letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just, forget this note exists and focus on the battles ahead. So there's 2 Cocos. Or, well, and then there's the actual, like, leader Coco. This is Kokobuki. This is the Thaumaturge Guild leader. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Telophoroi with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers, Boosie. We will return soon enough. Are they all here? I guess they are all here. Peace. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Azim Steppe with Serena and the others. I say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times and not so good. Expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. For that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, aye? Pippin... Often his father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilsabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. Hello! I'm here representing the Marauders Guild. Hey! And it's my job to keep the smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay the Axe Master a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kujata and avenged that boy's parents. I remember it like it were yesterday. That's the 1 to 30 Marauder quest stuff, which is the class that comes before Warrior, the class that I am on right now. This is my guy, technically. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps this time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. Now, Alcazolka is also special to me because the first class that I played when I started was Scholar, and Alcazolka is the Scholar quest NPC, so he is also a special little potato. Greetings, Carolyn. Time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know of our name and quake before our might. To victory, come hells or high water. Oh, I forgot that's their little caption. Oh, I forgot about that. I'm talking to Sanson and Gaidalo after. Hold on, I'll get there. In case we're wondering, Yeshiva will be staying behind to defend the 12's Wood with my sisters. Oh, yeah, I forgot about her. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am, of course, obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Yeah, that sounds on brand for her. Talk to Sanson first. Our prowess has finally been recognized by the Order of the Twin Adder. Naturally, Gaidalo is also here helping us. Whilst his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. So Sanson and Gaidalo are the Bard quest NPCs, and Bard is like my second favorite class quest, so I love these two. I'm glad you can't put just one. Like, that you have to put the two of them together, so... Like, Bard quests feel like you're going on a trip with your friends. Like, it's very well written. Can't lie to you, Carolyn, I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother in arms, then who am I to pettifog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. This Bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due, rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. Well, look at that, you're actually complimenting him. How adorable. Justinian. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here, of all places. Favorite class quest is Dark Knight. But I think that's most people's favorite class quest. It goes Dark Knight, Bard from 60 on, because that's when Sanson and Gaidalo come in. I also really enjoy the Rogue quests, and the Ninja ones are kind of fun, but not the 60 to 70. Dark Knight is the best, hands down, though. I don't think anybody argues about Dark Knight. Depending on how they're written, they make you care about them a lot. So they're all kind of your friends by the end of it. Oh. I really like the Rogues Guild. The Rogues Guild is involved in a lot of the ninja quests, so thankfully by playing ninja you still get to see the rogues. I love them a lot. Anyway. As well he knows I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we're on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. Aha! This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I'm certain of it. We've been part of joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. Yeah, this my bros! I know, like, all of these people. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no red mage people. But he's busy, so... I'll take that. I suppose he's had a share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll be seeing him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay's improved since we last met. Yeah, he's busy. Don't worry about it. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances, who in time shall we come to call our comrades, and mayhap friends. I have close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. I'm surprised Hakuro's not here. Like, I appreciate these guys, but, like, we kind of forgot that Hakuro exists. He's the, This is great. Okay, I have talked to everybody. We're good. We can finally proceed. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsevard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Taloforoi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the boarding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Absolutely! Let me circle around again. Okay, I'd rather give these to Sadu, but okay. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Here, have some scales. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hian. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stands, together fights. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Ian and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Yes. Have some scales. So these are the famed boarding scales? Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Eitawa and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. A journey outside the Twelves Wood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades should fighting break out. It's true. Oh. We've got something for us. Yep, here we go. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Ainzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hellfire told me was they needed someone to safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. You know who they should have put, now that I just thought of that? Pirates and airships? They should have put the Sky Pirates. They can't, because Sky Pirates aren't mandatory. But I want the Sky Pirates here! They're never in anything! I miss them! Ah! It's not too late. You can put them in. Hildebrand also not invited. Yeah. That a set of warding scales I spy? Not that I would know what they'd look like. I mean, they're shiny and they look like scales, so... Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. There. A lot. They had 3 whole boxes full. And they showed, like, Krile was like, these all came from you, right? Like, you must be in a lot of pain. And it, like, showed his entire side was, like, ripped open and bloody. Just, like, raw skin. Because he had pulled the scales out of his side. So... not, like, super bloody, just, like, raw skin. So... I hope it heals fast. Poor guy. Boarding skills for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Yep, here you go. I know, right? Somebody get him some ointment or something. Yeah. Well, I feel like the dragon eyes just kind of, they can just pop that out whenever they want. It's like the fates in Hercules, right? They just kind of... they just kind of do that sometimes. He needs some milk. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, willing to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. That is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aymeric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. The future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large. I will lead us to victory. I do have a warding skill for you. Here you go. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Don't worry, I'm from Canada. You're gonna have to get real cold to bother me. Yeah, exactly, Kate. Like, I'm pretty confident... I'm pretty confident it's not going to be a mechanic. But how much they're talking about it, it makes you think that it would be. It's them gently stressing that you dress the part. Oh god, more people to talk to. I'm not reading these, I'm just going to skip through them real quick. And literally all of them are like, that's cold. I'm fine. I'm like vaguely wintry. I just got exposed fingers, you know, get some frostbite. It's good stuff. Let's go. It's our last chance to make ready before we set forth. Yeah, it's a nice fur-lined coat. It's fine. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Justinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor. Oh yeah, he's got that freaking Uniqlo! Since he's spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, we have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company's stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor I hear? Is that Tataru? Yeah! But how? Wahaha, I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Ah, nothing escapes my notice. So cute! Now you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. Never cease to amaze. Little outfit. Yeah, she deserves a new outfit, okay? Don't question her, I'll fight you. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Good point. Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Ergmus and Bomuida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. I don't know who those are, but okay. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Aw? Well, why not? You can keep Kral company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Ergmus and Bomuida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, braha! If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. Really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Love, Tataru. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Oh! Oh, it's cute! I'm not gonna wear that right now. But it is very cute. Thank you. I made my glam knowing Garlemald was on the table. Oh, there's another bunny boy in a maid outfit. I had to wait for the NPCs to show up. There's too many people. I can't see them. Oh. Here we go. Frosty reception. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Hey, Zexi's here. Aw, I modeled your clothing on what Alphino and I wore when we journeyed from Lord Horshfont's falling snows to Ishgard for the first time. In those days, I barely knew one end of a sewing needle from the other, and as you've always had very individual tastes, I let you pick your own outfit. I'd like to think my skills have improved since then. But do you know what's more important than skill? Heart and soul. There's plenty to be found in each and every one of my works. Oh, is it actually? I guess, yeah, that is the... That's so cute! I'm not wearing it right now, like I said, but I'll put it here and look at it fondly. Ironworks pilot. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If we are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Alright. At least they actually say that they're fighting now. Several cutscenes playing in sequence. Let's go. Woo!
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Arun and his freaking exposed legs. Bruh. Should've put pants on. Nice coat, Graha. I actually have that as well.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
Am indeed stretching and hydrating. Have fun for fractals and stuff. Come back tomorrow or over the next couple of days and you can see some later stuff. We're still really early into this. Like, this is like level 81 or 82 out of... like, we're only 2 levels into this thing, baby.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Oh, we're gonna chase got that outfit again.
I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot... Ooh, Bajan gear! Fashionable! Looks good in that.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely.
Yeah, since he's working with the Bajans, it makes sense, yeah.
Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Oh, I was gonna say, am I playing as Thancred? Oh, frick. Okay. Solid barrel combo. I was gonna say, this feels like the Kaith memory seed bits, where you can do like stealth segments and stuff, and then I get given this. Damn. Bewilderment bomb? Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, you may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Wait a second. Oh, okay.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time.
Ooh!
We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Fine. Okay, so this answers my question. Hello. We got a stealth segment. We're playing as Thancred, and we're doing a stealth mission. We are on the way... Oh, crap. I am visible when I am doing this. Ha 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 ha, you didn't see anything. Don't worry, I'm just gonna go hang out over here. Don't worry about it. I think... There was several cutscenes we'll play in sequence moment. Basically, I don't think you were here for it. So for those not aware, in case you couldn't hear, Azalea's back. We can't fly. There's mountains between Alamigo and Garlemald, so we can't walk the troops across it. We put them on an airship and flew them over the mountains, but we can't fly the airships into Garlemald because the Telophoroi will clearly see it, and they also have access to their air fleet, so they will shoot us down. So we get over the mountains, land in like the ice plains, and walk the rest of the way. So we get there, and there's like dudes walking around and stuff. So that's what we're trying to deal with right now.
High stream.
Okay. We're also not killing people, we're just knocking them out. We have an awareness meter. No, that guy. Messed up the first one because I wasn't sure if you unstealthed when you hit things. Oh,
damn. Spotted.
Oh. I was hoping you wouldn't be able to see me if I re-stealth, but no. Okay, so I cannot assassinate the machine. Makes sense. Could have anticipated that. Leave. Oh my god. Okay, we're fine. Okay, what we got here? I'm assuming that's a field where it can see me. No.
Hells.
This other dude just doesn't know I'm here. It's fine. I'm just murdering his friend directly behind his back. It's fine. Honk. So I assume what I'm supposed to do with this dog is hit it with this bomb. Long channel. Heck.
Must be losing my touch.
Play a gun breaker. What do you freaking think? Fire the gun constantly. This is new, obviously, the little portrait, by the way. It's cute. I was waiting for when it was actually going to show up. Hiding place?
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
God, that's so cool.
Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
God, that's so neat. I'm so excited about that. I'm glad everything stays unconscious and it's not duration based. Oop. Go away, Slasher. Lot happening here. So I basically have no way to one-shot Magitech. I can take out dogs. And I can take out, like, dudes. But if I'm gonna... I need to get past a machine. The awareness is gonna have to go up. I don't know which way this thing turns when it spins around. Ho ho!
Damn, spotted.
I hit it with the bomb. But also everybody's got cute winter outfits. It's really adorable. The doggo. And another hash-slinging slasher. Awkward dog. Oh, that one's freaking zooming. Stealth, stealth, stealth. Let me stealth, let me stealth. Bam. Oh. Well, bam. Okay. We're getting there. Getting a little close. I don't think I have any way to lower my thing. But if I mess it up, it's fine. Because I can just, like, you know, start over again. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Nice. Magitech is now out of commission. Oh, how am I supposed to, like, leave? Am I done? Out. Yay.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Excellent. A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsebard contingent fly caravan. Okay. That's where I am.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Hug? Hug. Hug.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
So this is the combat music that I don't have turned on. It's good. Wow, really? The Carol and Ka?
Protect the others!
Wow. Or is this the dungeon mini-boss music? I don't know. Either way, good music. Woo. I'm lagging a little bit. Yeah, this is dungeon music, okay.
A brief respite, but stay alert.
I always forget that Arun has such like a deep voice.
Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing!
It honestly makes it...
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
I know that, like, it's voiced too, but having their portrait beside it makes it so much easier to tell who's talking.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Okay. Have fun.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
I'm assuming. What am I doing? Oh, we're blocking it. Don't worry, guys. I got... Ow. That's pretty cool. They're just holding it back with their arms. Damn.
You lot alright back there? We're fine and ready for more.
Don't say that.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
I'm up here. Oh, look, there's Garlemald. Sweet. Okay. Okay, keep going. Meanwhile, on the front line. Ooh. This music choice. Just sleep.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
Put like a, pool noodle on the end of it.
That I did.
Who am I playing at? You know what? There's so many options for who to play as here. It keeps every time the camera shot lingers on someone, I'm like, what if I'm playing them?
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
Never played as Lise or Lucia. But it's probably just me, because I'm here now. Yay.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Yeah, get it. Let's go.
We have them now! Forward!
Supply carrier is safe for the time being, and Thancred's team have thrown the enemy into the soul.
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
Oh, look, he's doing Raubon's thing! Oh my god! Go Pippin! Woo! There's a stack marker. I can't stack with that. Oh, they're down. Oh, wait, she's coming in. Uh-oh.
That's her! Vigilia!
Oh, we're still here. Oh, they're back up.
Fall behind.
Hankbuster on Lucia. Oh, frick, right! Ranged attacks do not break combos anymore! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Oh my god, I was like, no, Magni, you're breaking your combo with your tomahawk, and then I remembered. It's a line stack. I'm fine. I'm not moving. Yeah, I saw that too.
Is everyone alright?
Oh. We have a healer in this group, really. No, we do not. Yeah, hit him with that, like, weird stuff you did before. Sadu, go. Yeah! Oh, my turn to get thankless. Oh, this is fun. Now we're trying to get her to complete it instead of trying to get her to stop it. Oh, look! He did the thing. This is so funny. So there was a period in Stormblood where we were fighting these guys, and the stuff that they're doing right now is the stuff that they did to us. God, I love Sadu's line delivery. 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Yeah! I don't...
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again.
Oh man, I know what we need to do. We need to introduce Sadu to Xenos. They would be so good for each other.
Sadu had tone.
Oh, Magni, no!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum?
Gee, I wonder.
Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
Gee, I wonder.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
I like that we didn't just, like, fly there and then we're done. Like, we actually had to fight to get there. Even though it looks like crap. Because it's all, like, busted up in a war zone.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Is it called Broken Glass? Camp Broken Glass. It is! Neat! Release me. Okay. Give me etherite. So this is a whole map now, not a half map, so I can actually get all of these things. Ooh, sky is pretty. Aside from that part. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp with Lucia... as soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Elise and I will meet you there. Meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. It's the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, merging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You'll be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Though there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suggest they were suspect they were. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way. Gang is all here. Ophelia is in our care along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald, glory to Garlemald. They still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Albon taught me a lot about military strategy during exercises in the fringes. Coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put his teachings into practice. No. Yep. Ask the Ironworks members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. Those bells, this place is bloody freezing. I'd rather be tied to the top mast in a storm than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone what can spare a swig of rum, it'll sort me right out. Tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. Too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to all eventually. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the Tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We have made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmascian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service. Though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
That's funny, but okay. I just need something where I I'm bad at directions. And what's this one? If there are any survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. Makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, quickly. Adelaine. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, where to scour the Eblan Rhine for survivors? What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you find someone? It'd take forever to finish the job without the benefits of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. That's... Bait up here. Add first. Bricks here. cutscene. This is great. Oh. Thought it was a tuning. There we go. Spy with my little telescope. A massive jeep thing? Or maybe it's a cow? Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Ah no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see on a hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. Survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Oh, surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these swarming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. Won't you need some for yourself? No, no, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less, unless we forget the very reason we are here is to protect those. Now go, and Godspeed. We're gonna come back and he's gonna be like freezing and regretting that he gave those up.
Becoming better, but he's still absolute self.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He does have strengths, it's just, it's not fighting and like standard Ishgardian stuff. He's really, really good at like casual social stuff. Like he's... like Alphino is good at like talking in like a professional setting, like debates and stuff, and Manolane is good at just casually extracting information out of people. Aren't this a throwback to Heaven's Ward? Someone with a fat cat mount. Heck is that? Gross. Getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Girl in the green anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It's safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Ah, good, more stealth. Horrible noises beside me. Ew. Yay. Still in one piece. Hello, ma'am. Would you like a warming tincture? I offer you a nice warming tincture in this trying time. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister, Alize, and our good friend, Carol. I have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. Ha ha ha, no. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here. In fact, the Laferoy are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Talaferoy's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. Can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It's like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. Fled as far as my legs would take me. Have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. Just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? Have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? What? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, yes, do as you will. You know what? Before I get too far into this, now that we're actually here, I am definitely gonna run all my way. Run all the way back here. Teleport all the way back here. And I'm gonna stop for tonight. Pick this up tomorrow. Because my shoulder hurts. I'm tired. So I still want to do... Well, technically I've run an hour longer than I had intended anyway, because we're almost at 16 hours, because it took about an hour to get into the game. But we'll see how things are tomorrow. Extremely smooth, aside from being a little laggy. I haven't had any disconnects or anything once I actually got into the game, so that's great. But yeah, I think for now I'm gonna go ahead and turn this completely off and sleep. Thank you for hanging out on the first bit of the journey. We're only at level 82. We got 8 more levels. And we're early into 82, so... Thank you for hanging out with me. I will see you guys tomorrow for more stuff. Bye!